What's up, everybody? I'm gonna lower the music a little bit. Not on your end. I just gotta lower it on my end. It's a little loud for me. Let's get it about there. All right. How's it going, everybody? 2 days in a row of not Priston Tale? What? What is going on? Yeah, we're back. We're back to some Elite Dangerous. I haven't even done anything. I played for a little bit, like an hour ago, 2 hours ago, just to make sure the controls were working after yesterday's little incidents. And I think we're working. So let's do this, huh? What's up, Under? How you doing? Alright, so we have that. We're set up. Alright, we're going to the next system. Let's continue this trip. Tired of school, burned out. I can understand that. I can't do school anymore. I did my time. I can't handle it these days at all, in any way. I'm so happy to be done with that. I get burned out from video games. School was like a whole new level of burnout. Grad school, ugh. Yeah, I never did myself, but I have friends that did, and yeah, that's what I heard. I had enough after 4 years. Doing good. Taking a break from Priston Tale. I was playing it a ton when the new season came out here. Sell you the 90C staff. Oh, I'm keeping that staff. I love that staff. I'm taking a break. I'm not quitting. But yeah, I needed to take a break from Priston Tale. It was becoming a... It felt like it was becoming a job. It wasn't so much a game anymore. It felt like I was playing it so often that it felt like it was a full-time job. And it just wasn't enjoyable anymore. I know I'll be back for sure, but need a rest for a little bit. And so I figured, big update for Elite coming out here soon. Let's get some Elite in. My audio is coming through the wrong thing. Oh well. Yeah, I am never selling that staff. I love that thing. I mean, it took me on my other 9X priestess that I had on Babel. Well, it was my season 1 priestess. It took me, God, how long to even find a 90C staff? It took me until like 3 months after the season ended to even find one. Or maybe like 2 months after it ended. No, season 2 isn't over. It's got 3 weeks left, 2 weeks left, something like that. The 12th it ends? So like, yeah, 3 weeks? I think it's the 12th. It started on the 14th. Of February. And my game audio is coming through the wrong thing. It's coming through my speakers. Oh well. Shouldn't be a problem. You might hear double game coming through my mic, potentially. Nah, doesn't seem like it's doing that, so it should be fine. Alright, I think I solved my controller issues from yesterday. I think we're going to be able to do this today without random shit happening. But we'll see. Still got a long ways to go to get back to the bubble. So if anybody's watching and doesn't know why am I doing this? Like, I'm gaining... I'm just doing the same thing over and over again. It just looks like... And I totally understand that. But there's a reason why I'm doing the same thing over and over again. So this game has a realistic, like a realistic sized map of the Milky Way galaxy. So you can see where I'm at right here. I've got a few planets that are around me. Or no, sorry, not planets. A few stars that are around me that I could fly to. And so you know, get a good idea of how much this is. Now let me zoom out a little, and a little bit more, and a little bit more, and a little more, and then a lot more, and then a lot more, and then a little bit more than that, and then a lot more. There are, I don't even know what the number is. Trillions? I don't know. There's so many stars. And basically what I'm trying to do, I'm trying to get here, which is the bubble. This is where humanity is. Like this, we can find Earth somewhere in this cluster. But this is my home star, Agarla. And I'm trying to get back there. The thing is, to get back there, I'm currently here. So I've got a ways to go to get back. I have been on this journey that I'm on right now for like a year and a half. A year and a half of real time. Like, I haven't been back to the bubble in a year and a half. So I'm trying to fly back there right now and dock my ship and do some stuff in the bubble for a little bit. So what I'm doing right now is called exploration, where you just go out and you just like journey around and look at stuff. Like there's a big old black hole here you can go to. I went there. There's another like outpost of humanity over here called Colonia. And yeah, I'm just over in this zone right now. I was going on a trip to somewhere over here. It's like the furthest away place you can get. But I gave up halfway there. I just didn't have the motivation to keep going. Anyway, let's continue our trip. So this game is absolutely gigantic. And as such, it takes an insane amount of time to get anywhere. So I'm jumping right now, and I'm jumping 60 light years. After this jump, you'll see a thing pop up at the top of the screen. It's a code that I wrote. And it'll tell you how many more light years I have to go to get back to Earth. And I think it's like something along 16,000 that I still have to go to get back. We'll see in a second here. Whoa, Under. Dude, thanks for the sub. Much appreciated. Thank you. But yeah, 16,000. 16,130 light years to go. According to my, the program that I wrote. So, like, those little things that pop up at the top were all a program that I built that connects to the game's API. Well, not the game doesn't have an API, but the game has a log file system. And it connects to that, and then it connects to an API, and it does a whole bunch of things. Anyway, it's where all my commands come from for this. So, like, you can type, one second. It's hard to type on my keyboard with my joystick all set up. But there you go. If you type the command !soul, it'll tell you how far away I am from Earth, essentially. What happens if you fly around a black hole? So there are black holes, but like you can fly up to a certain distance from the black hole, but once you get too close to it, I don't even actually know what happens. I just assume you die. I've never gotten close enough to where it becomes problematic. But, you know, you're not, like, going into black holes and coming out in a different spot or anything like that in this game. There's no, like, warp gates, so to speak, things. Like, it just takes forever to get anywhere. I mean, you think Prison Tale is a grinding game. This game is right there with it. A lot of grinding. Yeah, this game is absolutely massive. God, I wish I could remember the stat. I'm gonna look it up here, because I don't want to get this wrong, but the amount of the galaxy that has been explored so far... Now, this game has been out for, I don't know, like 7 years at this point? I think. Maybe 8? I feel like it came out in like 2012 or 2013. But anyway, this game's been out for a while now, right? and yet we have only explored something like, it's insanely low. Let me we'll look this one up. Explored amount of Galaxy Elite Dangerous. As of April 2019, we have discovered 0.036% of the Milky Way galaxy. That's how many stars we've been to. So, like, it's kind of cool, because when I'm flying around here doing exploration stuff, I'm the first person who's ever been to this star. I'm the first person who's ever been here. Like, I now am marked in the game as being the discoverer of this star system. So it's actually kind of cool. Your name actually gets placed on the map for it. Let's see. If I was to go to this and say there was a planet here and I scanned it, then it would say like first discovered by Ash. It's just really cool little things like that it does. Yeah, it's a fun game. It's, you know, it's got a learning curve. It's one of those how high were the developers? Quite. It's a game that is very unforgiving, in kind of the same sense that Priston Tale is that you they just drop you in, and they're like, okay, good luck, figure it out. Like, I don't know if things have changed since when I first started this game, but there's no tutorials, there's no nothing. They literally just drop you in, and they're like, here's your ship, you get the most basic ship in the game, figure it out. And so I've got, let's see here. So I've been playing on and off for like 5 years, probably at this point. And I've got like, that is the wrong button. So the goal of the game is to, if you can call it a goal, there really is no goal in this game. But if you can get elite rank in combat, trade, and exploration, it's called a triple elite. That's like the best thing that you can do. I am elite only in exploration. I am almost elite in trade, and I don't care for combat at all, so I'm a novice in combat, but that's how you can like judge somebody's level, so to speak, in this game, is what their rankings are right here on this. Yeah, well, 5 years of on and off play. I mean, like, if you really dedicate yourself to this game, you could get triple elite in, I don't know, a year, maybe. I'm just totally throwing out a number. I really don't know how long it would take to get triple elite, because combat can be a huge pain to grind, I'm pretty sure. But yeah, and I mean, it really depends on what you want to do too. Like, when I first started this game, I did a lot of trading, and I really enjoyed that, and it was fun, and I got a high rank in trading. And then after a while, I liked exploring more, so I did exploration. And it's just one of those sandbox type games where you can just do whatever. There's really no, there's no, yeah, it just doesn't really tell you what to do. You just gotta figure it out. I kind of like the open-ended nature of it. Like, let's see if we can find a planet to go explore. We're not gonna land on it, because last time I landed on a planet in this ship, I took 60% hull damage. So I'm at 39% hull right now, and I can't repair that till I make it back to Earth. And, well, if that hull damage goes to 0, I'm dead. So we're not gonna land on a planet, but we can at least see if there is a planet to go fly up to. I'm looking for a good one. We haven't found any good ones yet. But, so, I should probably explain what I'm doing here. So I pop into this menu, and this is like a scanner that scans the entire star system for planets. And then I have this, like, radar thing down here that tells me what type of planet I've scanned. And I'm looking for a specific type of planet, an Earth-like world or a water world. Or an ammonia world. Ammonia worlds are cool, too. But there's nothing in that range, so I know that there's nothing to, nothing that I'm interested in this system. So we jump to the next one. But yeah, I'm playing on PC. Playing with the joystick, a HOTAS is what it's called, hand-on throttle and stick. And I'm actually playing with triple monitor, even though I'm only streaming the middle monitor. This game is great in virtual reality. I love playing it in VR. I just don't like streaming it in VR. It's kind of a pain. Yeah, it is very immersive when you play this game in VR. It's one of those things I enjoy it. But this game in the end doesn't have like the world's greatest amount of content, especially when you're doing exploration stuff. So I kind of like playing and watching something, like watching a stream or watching a movie or something, and you can do it while doing VR. There's programs that let you like embed stuff into virtual reality so you can still watch stuff while playing. It's just not as ideal. So honestly, I don't VR as much as as cool as it is. I don't use it as much as I probably could. But I would say of all the VR games that I've played, this is probably the best VR game that exists. It does the most. It takes the most advantage of VR. I think anytime you have a game that's a stationary type game, where you sit in one spot, in like a cockpit, like in this case, I think those games just lend themselves so perfectly to virtual reality. Like racing games are the same thing. Alright, let's see if there's anything in this system. Well, my controllers are still yet to do anything weird, so I think we're good. No more of the incidents that I had yesterday. That was so frustrating. I ended up plugging the joysticks directly into my motherboard, so they're not going through a hub anymore at all. Alright, we're gonna go explore this planet. Make sure I get all the buttons right here. Wait, how do I... Yeah, there we go. Alright, thanks, Under. Thanks for stopping by. Nice to see you again. And thanks for the sub. Have a good one. Hopefully this is a somewhat interesting planet. We'll see. It's just a water world. So, it's not an Earth-like, but eh. We'll check it out anyway. Ah, I got a work message. Oh, I'm going too fast. You have to, like, toggle your speed down when you're approaching a planet. Or else bad things will happen. One time, I approached a planet too fast, and I don't know how this even works. I must have broke something in the game, but my ship literally bounced off the planet. I didn't take any damage, so that's why I think I just broke something in the game. But I literally bounced off the ground of the planet. It was so weird. Alright, here we go. Close enough to do some scanning. Alright. So we have a 6-probe scan, so we're going to do a box formation, as I like to call it. Oh, I hate doing this with the joystick. I really gotta get my mouse configured for this again. Alright, that should do the trick. And we wait for that to get, I believe it's up 80, 90% is what you need to do. Yeah, 90% is what you need. Alright. So now on stream it's going to display a bunch of information about the planet. So what do we got? Water world. Half of an Earth mass. What's that one say? Oh, Earth radius. Anyway. Ooh, 357. Interesting. Decent temperature. Not good atmospheres. I think there might be something wrong with my atmospheres formula. I think I have it running through a formula to convert it into Earth atmospheres. I think the default, the game does it in, I don't know what it does it in by default. I think I threw a formula on it to turn it into ATMs. And I think that formula might be busted. Because yesterday it relayed like a 28 billion atmospheres. Like, that doesn't seem likely. This thing, I think, would be a black hole if it had that much. If it had that much pressure. Got a little delay there before I popped out. Got a little nervous for a second. Like, wait, what's going on? Did I just crash the game? Oh, so another thing, you know, why am I flying so close to the sun when I get out of there? So you can probably see it from the descriptions that it says there, but I'm scooping the sun, scooping the star to get fuel so I can continue my journey. So my fuel gauge is in the lower right corner, and I gotta make sure that I maintain that. So normally I just scoop every single star that I come up to. But there's different approaches you can take. You can just scoop when you need it. You can do like 5 jumps before you really need it. But I'm a anxious, nervous person, so I don't like ever being low on fuel. Because if you run out of fuel in this game, well, you're gonna have a bad time. Because you're either gonna have to blow yourself up, or you're gonna have to call these people called the fuel rats. And the fuel rats will literally, it's a player-run group who flies around giving fuel to people who run out of fuel. It's really cool. They're like the coolest people in this game by far. What's up, Mako? How you doing today? Welcome to the Not Bristentail streams. Otherwise known as the I Got Burned Out on Season stream. Question is, what am I doing? I am exploring the galaxy is what I'm doing right now. Have you ever tuned in for a Elite Dangerous stream? I do these like very rarely. I've now done them 2 days in a row, which is very atypical for me, but can't remember if you've ever been around here for one of these. Yeah. So I guess how do you explain this game? It is you know, it's a space trucking simulator, it's a space combat simulator, it's a space exploration simulator. It's a lot of things. So what am I doing right now is probably the best way to explain it. And I am journeying from this spot right here, and all those dots around me are stars. And I'm journeying from there to here, and this is where Earth is. I'm trying to get back to Earth, and I'm actually making some good progress. But that journey is gonna take me a very long time because Earth is about 16,000 light years away at the moment, and I'm only jumping 60 light years per jump. So I have many jumps to go. Probably, I don't know what the math on that is. A lot of jumps. Star Citizen? Honestly, I don't know. I I'm waiting. I don't know what I'm waiting for with Star Citizen. For it not to feel so early access? I don't know. Like, it looks cool when I've watched streams of it, but, like, just something about its whole method of making money and it leaves a bad taste in my mouth, so to speak. It's like, buy this ship now, you'll never be able to buy it again. Costs you hundreds of dollars. Like, but what are you making, actually? So I don't know. I haven't spent any money on Star Citizen. I'll wait until, like, it's official, but until then, Elite Dangerous is plenty. Let's see, what do we got? Absolutely nothing. We continue our journey. So yeah, right now, what I'm doing in this game is going to look very repetitive. I mean, you know, in a way, it'll look like Prison Tale. Same thing over and over and over and over and over again. but, but once I get back to the bubble, which is where Earth is located, then I'll be able to do things again. But I've been on this journey, Mako, for like a year and a half. That tells you how long it takes to get around in this game. Well, can take you to get around in this game. Okay, so are you able to get out of the shit and chat to other players on planets? Not yet, but in 5 days now, there's a new expansion coming out for this game called Odyssey. And that will allow for, like, actual, like, walking around planets. Like, right now you can't walk around planets. You can land on a planet. You can take your little RV, your little, like four-wheeler, so to speak, out and drive it around, but you can't, like, walk on legs. But with the update that's happening in, like, 5 days, at least the alpha's coming out in 5 days, you'll be able to do that. And you'll be able to, like, have guns and stuff and go on missions and stuff. What's the main goal of this game? There is no goal of this game. It is a pure sandbox, drop you in, and do whatever you want type of game. There's no end. There's no... I mean, there's one thing, I guess, that you could consider to be a goal. I'll show it in a minute when I get to the next system. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you need to get fuel. You need to get money. So how I fuel, you'll see here in a moment when I come into this system. I'm going to fly really close to the sun. And that's going to fuel up my ship. Fuel scooping is what it's called. So right now, I have a module on my ship that allows me to gain fuel by just flying up the stars. So that's how you can go on really long journeys without having to refuel. And then, yeah, money is a big thing in this game. It's how you buy ships and stuff, and modules, components, and things. Ooh, let's take a look at something over here. Oh, it's not nearly as big here as it was on my screen. There was, like, a galaxy that was on my left screen that I thought would be cool to show off, but it's really small. What happens when you run out of fuel? Alright, right when you came in, I was explaining that. So, if you run out of fuel, you're stuck. You're literally stuck in place. You have two options. You just blow yourself up, and if you blow yourself up, you will respawn at the last, like, player, or sorry, you'll respawn at the last station you docked at, which in my case would mean I would go way far back. So I don't want to do that. You also lose a bunch of money, basically, when you do that. Um, let's see. The other option, if you run out of fuel, is you can call these people called the Fuel Rats. The Fuel Rats are a player-run group that literally all they do in this game is people will request fuel and they will come out, fly to them, and transfer them fuel. That's literally the whole purpose. It's just a player-run group, nothing official within the game. That's just what they like doing. They like journeying around and giving fuel to people. It actually sounds really fun, and I might try to join them someday. Because it's just, you just hop on the game and you're like, yeah, play for a few hours and help someone out. Sounds like fun. But, yeah, that's the Fuel Rats. Yeah, there's this whole thing called the... I don't know if it's so much role-playing, but there's this thing in this game called the... What do they call it? The background, the BGM, I think is what it's called. It's like there's this like power struggle faction war thing taking place in the background of this game, um that players can influence, and you can have like player made factions that go up against other ones. BGS, that's what it's called, the background simulation. I don't do anything with the BGS, but there's a lot of people that do. So yeah, I think that's about as close as you get to like a role-playing type deal. For the most part, I don't think people take it like role-play type seriously, but you can get pretty in-depth with this game if you really want to. I wish I could land at a station and like show what stations look like and stuff, but I'm so far away from one. Let's see, what do we got? Nothing. Nothing again. We're having no luck finding planets today. Oh, I was gonna say, so one of the goals of this game is to get this thing called Triple Elite, which you see that I have a combat rank, a trade rank, and an explorer rank. You basically, for doing things in the game, you gain experience, so to speak, from these three different ranks. And elite is the maximum rank that you can get in any of these three categories. So getting a triple elite is like the like highest level, so to speak, that you can get in the game. Now I am elite in only explorer, and I'm almost elite in trade, and I will never be elite in combat because I really don't like combat in this game. I mean, it's fun, don't get me wrong. Um, I'm just not good at it, so I don't like doing it. I like playing this game more casually. Yeah, combat does cost a lot of money. It'll just be like you're constantly having to rebuy your ship when you die, obviously, and that can cost a lot. But it's not just that, it's just the combat. I don't know if you've done many dogfighting type combat games or anything before, but it just turns into a lot of like running in circles. And the strategy, there's definitely strategy behind it. I just don't really have fun with it. Yep, exactly. It's gonna be exactly like those kind of games. It's just flying in circles around each other. Yeah, what you do for... What do we got here? We got a water world. We might fly up to this one if I can find it quickly. I think I did. Hey, we'll fly up to this world, huh? Alright. Set. Back out. Let's go. 2,000 light seconds. Yeah, we're good. That's not too much. Can you drill for resources? Not really, but resources will just be like hanging out on planets. But you do need resources for some things. What do I have? Inventory. I got arsenic, carbon, cadmium. A lot of things. Iron, there we go. Something that we all know. So yeah, and you need these for like upgrading things. See if it has my I wish I could see what my ship inventory was. Not sure where it is. No, I never played Space Engineers. I know what it is, but I never played it. I played what was it I recently was playing? Satisfactory. I was playing that recently. Enjoying that a lot, actually. I like those factory style games. I want to try the Dyson Sphere one. Oh, we got ourselves a binary system here. Well, not a binary system, but a binary planet? Anyway, 2 planets that are orbiting each other. Better make sure we come at this from the right approach. Look at that. A whole thing going on here. It's quite the orbiting. Alright, we'll be getting close enough here soon. Start slowing down again. Alright, now we go. Full brakes. Full space brakes. So only certain planets can you actually land on. This is not one of them. Any basic rule, if it has water, you can't land on it. Basically, the only kind of planet you can land on is planets that are just pure rocks. Just because, I think it's probably just because of technical limitations on the, in the game. You know, they don't want to render an entire planet with atmosphere and, you know, trees and stuff like that. They just want to only render the most basic of planets. Yeah, so right now I'm mapping the planet so I can discover it. So there, I just discovered it. And yeah, so now this planet, it won't show yet. No, you can't name them. I'm sure that would end well. So right now, you can't see it because I haven't turned in this data yet. But eventually, it'll say, like, discovered by Ash on this once I turn in the data for this planet. What's the other one here? But the odds of any other human being ever being in this system again in the history of this game is astronomically low. Like, once I leave here, nobody will probably ever be here again. There's nothing interesting about this system, so... Yeah, it'll display to other players as well. So that's kind of the weird and cool thing about it. It's like you discover these places, you're the first one ever there, and you're probably the last one that's ever going to be there. In terms of, like, okay, how does the game handle all this? It's all procedurally generated. So, like, literally, me jumping into this system right now, it's now, during this jump, procedurally generating the next system in front of me. But then it's taking that system that got generated and it's storing it on their server. So, like, oh god, we got a binary system here. So, like, it's discoverable again. It's not like it's created and then changes at a later point or anything like that, but, you know, it's not like they've created all of these billions of stars. Or all of these billions of systems, I should say. The stars are created, it's the systems themselves that are not. Oh, yeah, it's one big server. I think it's a different server if you play on, like, Xbox or PlayStation or something. But for PC, it's just one big server. Oh, the system's already mapped. Nothing to see here. Onward. Onward to the next one. Alright. 1 week vacation. Hell yeah, Mako. That sounds awesome. Have a good one. Thanks for stopping by. Alright, let's see what we have in this system, shall we? Oh, we got something of interest. Kind of sick of going to water worlds, not gonna lie. I just want to find an Earth Lake. Is it so much to ask? What happened to the one stream I did where I found an Earth Lake orbiting an Earth Lake? Why can't that happen every stream? I still can't believe that ever happened. It was like my first system that I jumped into that day. I was like, wait, what is going on in front of me right now? Have not had a single ghost input yet today, so my haunted joystick is no longer a problem like it was yesterday. Good. Very happy that's over with. I gotta buy a new hub. Fortunately, that's only gonna... I mean, hubs are pretty cheap these days, so... Not that I think they were ever very expensive at all, but... One second. There we go. Alright. What do we got in this system? 20? Another water world. It's Gannett, I guess. Yeah, just a boring old water world. Nothing else, nothing else. Alright. We continue. Maybe I'll do a VR stream with the Elite. Maybe I'll do that at some point. I gotta get my setup going for that again, though. Problem is, in order to see chat while VR, you need to use some kind of other program to get that to work right, so I'll have to get that set up again. Not a huge deal, but not something that I can do right now. That was weird. Why did my... That was really weird. Oh, we got 15,000 to go. We're getting there. I think when I started this, I think I've gotten 2,000 light years since I started streaming this yesterday. So it's only been 2 hours of play too. It's not that long of grind to do these things in this game. Just a matter of dedicating the time to it. Like when I've played this game on like a Saturday or something, you know, I got nothing else going on. Started up at 8 a.m. Just pop in right away, turn on a Netflix show or something, and then just fly. I've done that a few times. That can actually be super relaxing. I used to play this game a lot more when I used to have a setup where I could play in a like lounging chair that I have. And oh, it was just so nice because you know, you're just lying back, flying around, watching something. It was super relaxing to play then. I wish I could do the same setup now, but unfortunately with my monitor setup, I can't play and see the screen with the lounging chair anymore, so. But yeah, if you can do a setup like that, I mean, this would be a great. This is a great like couch game. Unfortunately, I've been playing it with a HOTAS for so long that I couldn't play it with a Xbox controller. But I can definitely see this game as being just an awesome game to just sit on your couch and play from a distance. But when I started playing it, there wasn't even an Xbox version yet, so. I would definitely say the way that I play it is the most ideal way to play it, but you can definitely play it in a very relaxing way too. All right, what do we got? We got gas giant. Seen one gas giant, you've seen them all. Not really, actually. The gas giants can be really cool. They're just a huge pain to map because they're so big that I don't usually like flying up to them. It's like, this will take 17 probes to map properly. Okay, well, this is gonna take a while. Not to mention, they're not usually worth much money. If I remember right. I don't think they are. Earth-likes, water worlds, ammonia worlds, and certain types of high metal content worlds, I think, are your money makers. I need to get into the habit of see here, what's my discovery scanner? It's on B? Or it's on my. Yeah, there we go. I need to get into the habit of scanning the system as I fly in so I don't have to waste extra time scanning when I go into that mode. Maybe what I do is I swap the surface scanner and the discovery scanner. Would be easier then. See, as I say that, I'm already forgetting to... There we go. Yeah, we're gonna swap those. Let's get that done right now. As soon as I pull away from the start. Alright, should be safe. Let's see here. Fire groups. I want to switch you to 2, and I want to switch you to 1. There we go. Now Discovery Yep, Discovery Scanner should be on. There we go. We got anything good? We got Water Worlds again. No Earthlikes. I'm waiting for me to pop out of one of these jumps into a binary system that I'm going into a star. Oh, always the most heart. Oh god, dude, that's how you get a heart attack in this game. Is when that happens. It happened to me twice. So I don't know why I'm always so worried it's gonna happen. When I have played this game like thousands of hours, jumped thousands of times. In fact, does it tell me how many jumps I've made? Why do I feel like that's something it tracks? Not finance. Session log. There it is, I think. Statistics. Ah, what's going on here? No, this isn't what I wanted. I swear this was possible, but I guess I'm just wrong. They switched all the stuff around in here at some point, and now I just have no idea where anything is. Yeah, I don't know anymore. Anyway, I can find it online if I really wanted to. I checked the system, right? 100%? Yep, nothing. Okay. Back system. So it's rare to get into a binary system where you float, or where you go through a star and almost die, but I'm still scared every single time that I jump into a system. It's one of these days, it's gonna happen again. And right now, when I'm on 39% hull and only 2 heat sinks left, I'm not exactly thrilled about that. I can usually get away with just 1 heat sink used when that happens. But I mean, I've only got 2 left. If I wanted to be like super safe, I would be flying directly towards a outpost or something. Another water. I guess potentially ammonia. Let's see if we can scan this one. Nope, just a really boring water world. Alright, let's see what it pops into the next song. No idea what it's about to play. $15 on this system. Okay. It's a little better. Well, that's a good song. This might be a good mix. Nothing interesting. Except we're like right next to a planet. This might be a dumb. We got. I wish there was like a zoom option. I mean, I guess there is with the FSS, but like, I guess that's not really what I mean. I just want to be able to like, this seems like something doable, especially within the context of the technology of this game, or like the lore of this game, so to speak. Is that I could just have like another window pop up that shows just like a zoomed in view of my view, showing what the planet looks like. Like, I don't know why that would be outside of what the lore is capable of. This game actually does have quite the lore and stuff behind it. It's been a series that's been going on for like 30 years. I think this is like the 5th or 6th like main Elite game. And the first one was literally it's like, you see that, so I have 2 things floating around on my ship's thing. I've got an Earth on the left side, and then on the right is actually the ship that I'm flying right now, how it looked in the original Elite game. That's what that little model is. Well, technology has come a little ways since those days. Back when it was just a couple of vectors. Or a couple of, yeah, just a couple of lines. I like having that little reminder. What the game used to look like. Not that I ever played the game back in those days. I wasn't even born when the game came out. But it's funny though, you watch some videos from like those old days of this game, and you see so many things in the game, even back in those days, with how simple it was. You see so many things that are still like look like that today. Like, I think the coolest thing is the space stations. Like in the original game, space stations were very simple. They were basically just big boxes. There wasn't much to them, with like a slot on one side that you could fly into. And nowadays, they're basically just big boxes with a slot, just with a lot more stuff going on. And I love that they've like been consistent about things so much, even now, 30 years later. I need to up the volume of this mix? This is a binary system with one right next to me, isn't it? Did I just see that right? Or did I just totally miss that? Yeah, there's another star right next to me. Woo! This was almost a ship killer. I mean, the odds of it happening are so low. You have to have one star that has a lower mass than the other star, and that star needs to be in a very specific location between you and that heavier star. But it happens. Nothing of interest. Alright, we continue. Try my best to get into the habit of always buzzing the system when I get into the system. So bad at that. I'm assuming that's another star. Yeah, B. That's another star. Way the hell out there. Actually, how far away is that? 11,000? No, nothing in this system then. And nothing in this system. Boy, we're getting all the luck right now. That's alright, though. They can't all be amazing. I need to up the volume of this mix. That's like a pretty good mix. I just can't hear it. That should be good. Alright, where are we at? We got 10 bodies here. That's good. And we are 14,597. Man, we're making really good progress here. I'm really happy with the progress made tonight. I told myself yesterday, I was like, if I just play an hour a night, at least, then I'll finally get somewhere in this game. I can finally get back to the bubble and do more stuff. I'd love to get my trade rank taken care of. I think it's a lot easier to get trade rank now than it used to be. When I was doing my trade grind, it was like passenger missions were like the big thing. I actually really enjoyed those, to be honest. They're fun. It's like it was a fun little mini game to like fill your crew. Actually, you know what? I take that back. Now I remember exactly what went into that, and it actually sucked. You had to constantly leave and reload in the game to find the right passengers to get on your ship. And that actually sucked. I remember like writing a macro just so it would quit the game and reopen the game. Oh, hello, binary system that could have killed me. How you doing today? Nice to meet you. We're gonna not fly close to that star. Yeah, we're gonna try not to get baked by both of these stars. Get some distance here. Yeah, this could have been a killer system. Alright, 31%. I have not buzzed this system yet. 4 orbital bodies. They are all stars. Check that out. Big boys. $24. That's an interesting system. Look, we got another star in the system as well. Alright. Let's hit it up, huh? Nothing of interest. Gas giants, gas giants, gas giants, and ice bodies. Yuck. That is boring as you can get. Well, maybe not boring as you can get. Boring as you can get is nothing but ice bodies. But it's pretty close. Man, I don't like the number of binary systems I keep jumping into. It's freaking me out. I think is there some statistic that in like the real world, like a vast majority of star systems are binary systems? I'm pretty sure that's a stat. Pretty sure I heard that someday. You know what's something I'd never realized? Oh, it's hard to tell with this system. I must be jumping to a really faint star. But something I never realized before, and somebody pointed it out recently, was that I always thought that this was just a skybox. All the different stars you see. That it was just like, I don't know, just some random thing. That it wasn't like actually like representative of the game. Turns out Man, this is loud, her talking right now. Turns out it's actually real stars that you can fly to. Every single one of these. Which is just crazy to me. So the skybox is generated each time you jump into a system. Because there, like, you can see the skybox when you're jumping. You can see the skybox fade away, and then as you get in, boom. What's up, Sharpie? How you doing? I'm not sure if it's gearing up for the update so much as it's just trying to get the fuck back to the bubble. I've been away from the bubble for a year and a half. I need to get back. I want to do stuff in the bubble again. I want to live the bubble life. I want to trade again. I want to maybe do combat. I don't really want to do combat, but maybe. I need to get back to the bubble. Oh, I never checked the system. But yeah, I'm excited for the update for sure. Be curious to see how it works out. There is nothing in this system. Yeah, back to civilization. I tried to go on a mission to, what's the furthest place you can go to? Was that Beagle Point? I tried to go to Beagle Point. I was very ambitious. I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna finally do it. Yeah, I got about halfway there from Saj, and I was just like, yeah, nope, fuck this. And now I'm making my way back. I didn't have the drive to go all the way to Beagle Point. It's funny too, cause Sharpie Volumetric or Death, he the same day that I said I was gonna go to Beagle Point, he's like, you know what, I'm gonna go to Beagle Point. And he got there in like 3 days. And then I'm sitting here like a year later and I still haven't made it. Alright. Gotta get back to habit of jumping. Yeah, he went hard. He messaged me just a couple days later. He's like, I made it. Like, what? I mean, if you really put in the time, I guess. You know, if you put in like 14 hours a day, you can go quite a ways. Yeah, this trip I'll go to the map and show kind of what I've been doing. Yeah, Volumetric plays this. He's got a carrier and like everything. If I remember right. He went like super hard grinding the credits to get enough for a carrier. I don't think I'm gonna be able to hit that at all. I don't know how much I'm gonna make off of this exploration trip. Probably, my guess is, I don't know, 500 mil. Maybe more. But I'm still not gonna have the 2 billion that I need for a carrier. I don't even know if I want a carrier, to be honest. All right, let me show you where my journey has taken me so far. All right, so we're here right now, and I have gone. So I started obviously in the bubble. I went to Colonia, then I went to Saj. Then I got to about, let's see, can I adjust this with the mouse? Kind of. I got to about there when I said screw it and V-lined it directly back to the bubble. So it's about as much as I can handle it. I do not want a system map. There we go. So it was quite the trip until I decided to just call it. I've done, I think over my Elite Dangerous career now, I've done 2 trips to Colonia and Sajay. But, as you can probably see, I have 39% hull right now. So a couple weeks back, I decided to do something smart and land on a planet for the first time in, oh, probably about a year. And, yeah, you can see how well it went by how much, hull I've lost. I don't know if it was just a heavy gravity planet and I didn't realize it or what, but it didn't go well. It was fun landing on a planet for the first time in ages, but I won't be doing it again until I at least get back to the bubble. Because I'm probably going to blow myself up next time I try to land on a planet. What do we got? Nothing of interest. Alright, back we go. Man, they make exploring so easy these days. Just have to fly up to all these different planets just to see what they were. I remember it used to need to, like, if you were going for Earth-like world hunting, you'd have these, like, charts. And it would tell you what the distance from the sun is for the habitable zone for a star based on its mass and type. That's what we have to do for, what we used to have to do for exploring. And now it's just like, you just buzz the system once and you're like, yeah, it's an Earth-like. They made it so much easier. Also, what is with this Super Cruise assist thing? I haven't even turned it on yet or anything, but I'm like, what? That was like the one thing. It wasn't hard, but it was like the one thing you had to do in this game. And then also, what is it? Docking assist is now a thing too? Like, come on. Why is everything assisted now? What happened to the challenge? It used to be that you didn't want to fly the massive ships because, you know, what was it, an Orca? Is it an Orca? Or is it the Beluga? Whichever one's the massive passenger carrier thing. It was like you didn't want to fly that thing because even just landing it in was so hard. Oh, you know what? I picked up a, what is it, an Imperial Cutter, I think? And, I got blown up. I tried landing the Cutter, and I got stuck in the slot. I think it was the Cutter. Whatever the big one is. The Clipper's the small one, right? But anyway, I got stuck in the slot, and they ended up shooting me down and blowing me up. Oh, hello, binary system that could have killed me. How you doing? We're just gonna drop down here a little bit, get away from you. Yep. I've jumped into one too many binary systems that could have killed me. Oh, you got stuck in a slot yesterday? Oh, I hate... Oh, it's the worst feeling. When all of a sudden, you know that noise it makes? The noise that the station makes when all of a sudden it's, like, against you? It's like, that little noise just, like, triggers me instantly. Like, oh shit, here we go. Things are about to get real. Also, oh, shit, that sucks. I just love how this game is like, oh, you can't get your ship into our station? Well, then we're just gonna blow you up. Like, wait a minute. I mean, I get that it's a video game and you gotta have some kind of penalty, but it's just like, instantly, within 10 seconds, it's like, we are going to kill you now. Like, ah. Come on, give me a little bit more time. Find me 100,000 credits or something. Just don't blow me up. You had to remap everything when you respawned? Really? Are you talking like your fire groups? Yeah, just like find me a ton of credits if I'm screwing up. That's fine. Don't just go straight to I'm going to kill you. Interesting. Button layout on the controller. That's weird. I've never played with a controller before, so. Always rocked the HOTAS. Actually, I take that back. When I first played Elite for the very first time, I used a controller. And I was like, yeah, I really like this game. Go with the HOTAS. Got the T1600 HOTAS. I just like the HOTAS for the immersion aspect of it. I mean, I usually love controllers. And I play with a controller. I'm one of those, like, I love my PC and I love playing PC games, but I still use a controller for so much on PC. Yeah, mouse and keyboard's better, but I find it more comfortable to just use a controller. Like, say when I'm playing, like, Destiny 2, I always use a controller. But I love the HOTAS for this game. Feels immersive. God, you can tell how long I've been out here by how beat up my paint job is. Holy crap. I don't have any paint left on my ship. Yeah, I bet if I got used to controller again, I bet I'd really like it for Elite. But there's just something about, like, hitting these real switches and, I don't know, the hands-on approach to these things. It just kind of feels right for this game. And I spent way too much on this HOTAS, so I'm gonna use the damn thing if I can. So what are we at? How much distance we got to go? We into 14s? We are at 14. Oh, almost in the 13s. Hell yeah. Need some good distance today. Nothing interesting. Continue we go. To the next system, and the next system, and the next system, and the next system. I don't know why I'm so addicted to such grindy games. I'm from leaving that Prison Tale game. It's just nothing but, like, repetitive grind to play this game where it's just, like, repetitive grind all over again. Hey, Sharpie, thanks for the host, dude. Why did that not notify me on anything? Interesting. Huh. It's like Stream Elements is busted or something right now on my stream. That or it's ignores single hosts or something, I don't know. Sharpie, you put your mixes on you put your mixes up anywhere besides on Twitch? Are they on like SoundCloud or anything? I used to try to do a thing where I would always play Twitch streamers if they allowed me to. I'd play their mixes on stream and then I'd put a little promo for them. With like the corner being like music provided by this. Oh, I was saying, do you put your mixes up anywhere, like SoundCloud or anything? Music's blasting again, I just realized. This mix is very inconsistent. Need some mastering help. Alright, on to the next system. Nothing here again. Man, these have been boring systems. You're helping brother with the start. Nice. What is the start like these days? I haven't start like I don't know what the beginning's like. I feel like they're a lot nicer to people now, aren't they? I don't remember. Too bloody easy? Yeah, okay. That's what I thought I heard people talk about. Like, you're no longer just dropped in with a sidewinder and told, good luck. Oh, they still don't tell you anything? Okay. Well, at least they kept that part, at least. I like that. Here's your ship. Good luck. I can't even remember what I did in, like, the original game to, like, grind up for, like, gear right away. I remember it was a fun process, if I remember right. Like, getting enough for those first ships and like looking at the ships and being like, oh man, I can't wait to get that one. That's gonna be so awesome. Yeah, Imperial slaves. I remember doing a lot of Imperial slave trading. I did slave trading. I did a lot of passenger missions. Or yeah, passenger missions. That was a huge grinding thing when I first started playing this game. You had to like reset the game constantly to try to find the right passengers that were going to the right place. And then you would just do a huge passenger mission in one go and drop off a bunch of people in one place. It was really annoying because you had to keep resetting the game constantly, but it was kind of fun. I kind of liked it. Yeah, exactly. Just keep going back in, exiting. You'd have to switch between open. What is it? Switch between the three modes constantly to get things to reset. I had a macro that would do it for me. Planetary scan missions. I've never really gotten into those. Once I get back to the bubble, I'm going to look at some of these things that I've barely ever done before and just do some of them. Could be fun. Like, I feel like I've played so much of this game, but I've actually played so little. Like, I've never seen a Thargoid before. You know, like go check out some Thargoid related stuff at some point. I did do the what do they call them? What are the Guardian? What are they? I think they're called Guardians, right? Like the old good guys, so to speak. I did like that to get my FSD upgrade. So I could get that extra jump range. Because that's fucking worth it. Let's see here. Where do I see my modules? Oh, it's probably under modules, huh? Yeah, Guardian frameshift drive booster. That was very much needed. Let's say my... Oh, no, okay. Ooh, what do we got here? Water world and a rocky ice world that it's probably not an Earth-like world. But close enough that I'm going to give it a shot. Nope, rocky ice world. Yeah, like, I've watched videos, Sharpie, of people, like, experiencing the, Sorry, audio levels just all over the place with this mix. I've watched videos of people, like, encountering them before. It looks like a lot of fun. Um, I just haven't done it. I also need to do engineering more. I've never, like, maxed an engineer, like, gone too far with them. I've always been like, whoa, that's a huge grind. I don't want to deal with it. But, I mean, what else is there to do in this game but grind? Let's be real. It's not that big a deal if it's going to take a while to grind something. It's kind of the point. Get myself... That should be my next goal. Just get myself just, like, a ship that's just fully kitted out. I always liked Anacondas. I have an Anaconda. I just haven't flown it in a long time. I got too anxious about getting it through the slot. Even though it's just an Anaconda, it's not the worst thing in the world, but... Too many bad experiences. What always made me super nervous with the Anaconda is I used to use it for my long-range jump ship. For exploration purposes. And I would always get so anxious when I finally came back because I'd have to get that thing through the slot. And, like, everything is riding on me getting it in. All of this data. And I haven't landed a ship in a space station at that point for months, potentially. So I was so nervous that I would fuck it up. And I would lose all that data. So that's, like, one of the reasons I switched to this smaller ship, switched to this crate. One, I just really like the crates, but... I could do the, what's the one everybody uses for an exploration ship? There's another one that's, like, the real popular one. I don't use it, though. There's a little bit more of a jump range, but... ASP, that's what it is, the ASP Explorer. I used that at first for a little bit, but... I don't know. Sure, I gotta go a few more jumps, but it looks cooler with the one I've got. I remember I used to spend so much time. I'd have, like, an app, or no, it was like a website where you could, like, do elite builds. And I remember I used to spend so much time just, like, building up different ships with different loadouts and stuff. I had a blast doing that. And then it'd be like, all right, now I need to build this ship. And it would be like, well, you gotta fly here, 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 here to get all your components. All right, let's do it. That would be, like, my afternoon. Man, I'm really looking forward to getting back to the bubble. Yeah, yep, that's the site. I'm really looking forward to doing some of that stuff again. I honestly thought about making a second account, a second Steam account, or like on Epic or something like that. So I had one account that was always at the bubble and one account that I was journeying with. But I'm like, I kind of like the idea of just having one presence in the whole world. And it's not like I can trade between them or anything. So it would be a lot of work to grind back up to the amount of money that I have on this account. You do have one on Xbox and one on Steam, so they're not this. Can you link the accounts between Xbox and Steam? I don't actually know how that works. I thought you could link. Or it's like a one-time transfer or something. So yeah, I guess if it's a one-time transfer then. Seems like we're slowly getting to a point where a lot of games have central accounts. Like Destiny finally became that way, where it's just one account for everything. It's so nice when they did that. They transferred your assets. Got it. Gotcha. I think I am gonna learn how to play this game on controller actually, because I purchased a what is it called? I'm gonna look this up. I know I got an email from him today. It's an Indiegogo campaign, so it's not like a legitimate object yet. But I bought a. Where are you at? An Aya Neo, what it's called. It's an AMD powered handheld. It's basically a Switch that has an AMD processor in it. And I get it in May. Well, assuming everything works right. It's a Kickstarter, so who knows. But I'm really looking forward to getting that because it's like I can play Windows 10. It's basically a Windows 10 machine that's the size of a Switch. And I could definitely see myself playing Elite Dangerous like on the go with that. Well, if I have internet access. Or even just like play in bed. Just like the simplest thing. Definitely get into a mode in this game when everything starts to become autopilot. Oh, to get a little close to the sun there. Whew, all right. Um, you just like kind of reach a point after you've been playing for long enough in one day that everything just starts to you just start to like maneuver into like autopilot mode. You just kind of forget what you're doing. That's how you get the real distances. All right, system, what are you gonna have? You have absolutely nothing of interest. You know what? I gotta figure out why my chat keeps telling me that I have an alert. Is it just because of my channel? Yeah, that is all it was. Because I've entered systems. There we go. It was actually starting to really annoy me. I want to come up with more ways of having the game engage with the stream. I think I've come up with I mean, I like the system that I have right now with the telling you the information about the system and the planets that I scan. But I wish there was more that I could add. What's up, Iv? How you doing? How goes season 2? How goes how goes it being all alone? I don't know who's all left. Man, I feel like so many of us hit a wall at the exact same point. Everyone is on a break. Yeah. Just hit full-on burnout. Just all at the same point. And I gotta say, Iv, it's been wonderful not playing for a week. I mean, I love the game. I do. I really do love it. But it had just become so much. And I, like, realized how much, like, every day I was thinking about that and, like, putting time into that and so much. And, ooh, is this an Earth-like? Did we finally get an Earth-like? Wow, if we did, it's in a quite the cluster F here. That is definitely not an Earth-like. Oh, it was just a rocky ice world masquerading as an Earth-like. Well, screw you. Going to the next system. Oh god, that was, man, we had so much fun. We had so much fun in that, just the chats were fun. Just having the voice chats and things. This is why I'd like for us to play more games together besides just Priston Tale. The problem with any kind of group that all plays one game is that finding another game that you all share is difficult. There's just so many options out there. But I had a blast playing with you guys. And oh my god, karaoke night was that was a night. That was that was a lot of fun. Like I'm not leaving Eclipse in any way. It's like I still would love to do stuff together. Just I don't know. It's just gonna be difficult. It's gonna require people to get out of their comfort zone, I guess, to move on to a different game that they maybe haven't played before. But hey, we'll try. See what happens. And always have PT to fall back on. So what is this game? This is called Elite Dangerous. It is a, I guess you could call it an MMO. it's just a really big fucking game. To put it ever so simply. Um, what I'm doing right now is I'm flying around the galaxy. Basically, I'm trying to get home right now. And flying anywhere in this game takes forever. Because this game exists on a life-size, so to speak, model of the Milky Way galaxy. So it's just absolutely massive. And when you're flying around, you can only go so far with each jump that I'm doing. So I'll put this into perspective in a moment here for you, Iv, once I get away from these this star right here. Like, oh, you need to realize the scale of this. I think you're gonna be you're gonna be shocked at how big this game really is. Okay, so this is the area around me. So you can see every single one of these dots is a star that I could fly to. There's actually more I haven't filtered out, but we'll just say this is everything, right? So put that into perspective. So here's about how far I jump when I jump once, is what this line's doing. So I jump from here to here. That's one jump. That's about 60 light years. Let me zoom out a little bit more. And 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 more. This place is fucking huge. If I go to this area over here, stars. All stars I could go visit. Zoom out a little bit more. I could go to more the center of the galaxy. Just tons of stars. All that I could fly to. So this game is absolutely massive. And what I'm doing right now, since I'm here, I'm trying to get back to here. This is where Earth is. It's called the bubble. And I'm trying to get back to that. I was here at one point. I was here. And I was here. Now, that trip between those three places that I just showed, here, here, and here, that trip was about 1.5 years of playing. Now, I should say, it doesn't take that long. But I play very casually. So, it took about 1.5 years for me to go that distance. So I'm making my way back. I mean, this was very casual play for the last 1.5 years. Yeah, I've been playing this game for about 5 years, I think. And yeah, so like this journey that I'm on right now, what do I have? I have like 13,000 light years left to go. And I jump at 60 light years per jump. So do the math on that, and that's how long it takes to get back. So like, what do you mean by that? Like, what's the point of this game? It's a great question. Still trying to figure that one out myself. It's basically just one of those like open-ended games where there really is there's no end, there's no real goal. You just play. It's basically like, I don't know, I like to think of it as like another life that you just have in this universe, and you're just living it. You're just doing your thing. No real goal in the end. I mean, there's player-made goals, like you can get this thing called Triple Elite, where you have an elite rank in combat, trade, and exploring. I have one of those three, almost two of those three. So, like, that's a goal you can have. Or you can have a goal to, I don't know, journey to the furthest place in the galaxy. But really, there is no goal. There is no true meaning to the game. It's just go have fun. Go play. And I love that about it. Honestly. It's kind of like Kristen Tale in that regard. I like the idea of unending games. It's like you can always come back to them. There's always something to do. That appeals to me. Because I don't really like endings, so to speak, of things. I don't know why. I haven't logged in 2 to 3 days. What level? I'm assuming you're 100 now. And you were almost 100 when I stopped playing. Like, you might have been 100 when I stopped playing. Almost 101, yeah? Yeah, okay. Nice. Very nice. Yeah, I was, what, 20% off from 99 when I stopped? Yeah, yeah, you're not being boosted at all. Yeah, I totally believe that, Athma. Weren't you the first one to jump on the boosted bandwagon? Yeah. Yeah, I knew Asuna was doing it too. I was like, everybody was saying they're doing boosts. I'm like, oh, well, hell, I feel like I need to do it now. That's alright though. I think I've always kind of said it that I've always kind of been like, I don't really care about I don't really care much about the costume and like titles and stuff that you get really about seasons, so I don't really care if I hit 100 or not. It would have been nice to hit it, but you know, if hitting that is gonna take like it's gonna reach the point where it feels like work, I'm not really interested in doing that. And I don't know, I've just never been, you know, I buy accounts and I don't feel weird about that, but something about another person boosting my account feels weird to me. I don't know why there's a difference in my mind between the two of them. I guess I just think of it as like accounts that I bought I don't consider to be mine. I just I don't think of them as my characters. I just think of them as characters that I own, if that makes any sense. But like something like my priestess on seasonal, that's my character. And it's going to stay as my character. Like, I don't want that to be. I'm sure somebody else could log on it to like need to do something real quick or something, yeah. But like boosting, no, I'm not gonna do that. Yeah, I mean, I can see that where the top 3 title can really grab you. I can definitely see that. I don't remember if I was. Yeah, I don't know. It's like the whole title thing for top 3 and stuff. It's unfortunate because it does lead to like boosting related stuff, right? Like in order to stay competitive for the full 2 months, you can't really do it yourself. You got to kind of do that, and it's unfortunate that that feels necessary, I guess. I just don't know what the solution is for it. You want to have goals for people to go for. And we're not going to make boosting illegal or anything like that. How the hell would you ever enforce that? Even if you did. Yeah, I'd say boosting... I could definitely see where boosting kills enthusiasm. I don't know if it really kills mine, because I don't play PT to be competitive, really. I mean, I find certain aspects competitive. I won't say that I'm totally uncompetitive when it comes to PT, but like I rarely ever checked the leaderboards for leveling. Like I just didn't care. I'd look at it maybe once a week, if that. Like, okay, cool. But I didn't really care. I guess I just don't have too much of a competitive bone when it comes to Percentile. Yeah, I mean, I agree, Iv. I mean, I think the whole point of seasons is whatever you make of it. You know, there's certain people, like, say from my own perspective, I only play seasons for the leveling process and being able to level with people. Um, no other purpose. But if some people see it as the only purpose is to get titles, then yeah, I can see where you would think of it that way. Yeah, it's all your perspective on seasons. I know some people think of seasons as the way of catching up to Babel, which I find hilarious because you're never going to catch up to Babel in 2 months. Turn this down again. Yeah, it's the economy. Oh, economy is a huge part of why I like seasons. A, a chaos staff is rare. Like, how often do you get that situation? I love it. I love the economy aspect. Oh yeah, I mean we've reached the point now where the economy is just kind of now it just is. Man, don't mind these mixes. Man, their volume so messed up. I mean, actually, I mean, Arch, that doesn't feel that. I don't know. That's about what I'd expect the economy to be at, honestly, at this point in the season. I mean, as soon as people hit LOC, there's so much gold in the economy that that I mean, that's still way lower than what any Babel price is. I feel like that's about what I'd expect. You know, it's an economy. It kind of balances itself out, right? Should. Leo made everything cheaper. Well, season 1 lasted a whole extra month. So I don't know. I don't know if you can really compare the end of season 1 compared to the end of season 2. $10K. What's up, Lunchbox? How you doing? Welcome to my space flying stream. Some drum and bass, some space. Perfect combination. This is actually how I first started streaming on Twitch. I didn't even have a mic. I literally would just play this game with drum and bass in the background, and I actually advertised it as a music stream. A music stream with space visuals. Oh yeah, I mean, I love that the schedule got released, and I really can't wait. 1 second. Sorry, I'm picking out a new mix to listen to. Let's see here. We're gonna go with I don't know if anybody here has ever used the SoundCloud desktop app for PC, but it is an absolute fucking nightmare of UI design. All right, we're going with this mix. Anyway, I was excited the schedule got released today, but I mean, I just wish everything was back to normal. And you know, we could go to full games and stuff like that. I mean, I don't want to rush anything, but it just makes me sad. It's like I don't even know if I want to go to the games because it's just not going to be the same thing. But there was the game for for October, um, in Austin, and maybe everything will be good by October. Hopefully, maybe, possibly. And it's Texas too, so I'm sure they won't have any restraints because it's Texas. I don't even know if they have rules right now. All right, see you, Iv. Thanks for coming by. Not that it. Hopefully, it'll be safe too. But anyway. Oh, how did we get left out of the Leagues Cup? MLS bullshit. That's the standard MLS BS. Basically, if there's a way to get Atlanta into something, and it means screwing over other teams, then they'll screw over as many teams as they possibly can to get Atlanta into stuff. It's the rule of MLS. I mean, that's what happened with the Champions League this year. Atlanta, who was one of the worst performing teams last year, somehow got into the Champions League. It makes no sense at all. Yep. But it's not even so much media market. Because, like, I don't know what the media market difference is between the whole Twin Cities market and Atlanta, but it's not a huge difference. It's the thing is, it's Arthur Blank. It's their, I don't know. MLS does this. They love to pick out their teams that are just their ones that they focus everything on. And Seattle used to be that team, and now it's Atlanta. In my almost a decade now of watching MLS, it's just you just always see this from them. They love having their go-to teams. Which is just frustrating when you're a fan of, like, the B teams. I mean, I think Minnesota gets treated relatively good because we do have a lot of money. Like, our ownership group does have a lot of money, so I think we do get some relatively good treatment. But they've got 2 mil more. Oh, okay. Yeah, I had no idea how much Atlanta had, but I think Minnesota gets relatively good treatment. The ones that get just shit treatment are the, like, MLS 1.0 teams. Like, for example, Houston wasn't a 1.0 team. Maybe like Salt Lake. I don't know if they were 1.0 either. But, like, the teams that have really that don't have much money in their ownership group, because back when they got into the league, the restrictions weren't as high to join the league. So a lot of those, like, older teams just don't have the money and will never have the money, and they're not going to be able to compete with the Atlantas and the Seattles and the Torontos of the league. Whereas we're like an 80% team, I'd say. Well, Columbus changed, though, because Columbus changed ownership. So Columbus has actually become a modern team, I would say. Kind of like what happened with Sporting. When they were the Wizards, they were nothing, really. But then when the new ownership came in and they got their new stadium and stuff like that, they became like a modern team. But I think there's still some teams that suffer from the ownership group is really bad. And it never will improve unless they sell the team problem. There's, like, what do they call it? There's MLS 1.0, there's MLS 2.0, and there's MLS 3.0 teams. I think is the way they like to put it. Minnesota's an MLS 3.0 team. Chicago is a 1.0 team. And still is pretty 1.0-ish, I'd say. Like, very much 1.0. Going to games in Chicago when they played in Bridgeview, like, and it was depressing. It's just like, oh, this is what you have, huh? Ooh, yeah, this could be a struggle. Also, I went to a Columbus game in the year that they were almost removed from the league. The Save the Crew year. What year was that? I think that was 2018. Yeah, it was the year before we got the stadium. I went to a Columbus game, and whew, in that original stadium and stuff, it was also it was better than Chicago, but it was pretty rough too. Like I could see why MLS was like, yeah, let's move Columbus, because that stadium was, I mean, that stadium is historic in American soccer. You know, Dos Acero and all that, but whew, it was bleachers. It was a high school. It was a high school football stadium, is what it was, and not much better. Oh yeah, I mean Lunchbox. That's what. Well, Lunchbox. If you're looking for that exact feeling, have you hit up Minneapolis City games? Because that's where I get that feeling from these days. I'm a City season ticket holder as well, and we do the parking lot, smaller team, you know, product. They're usually the best team in their league, so I guess it is a quality product relatively. They play at Edor Nelson Field. I think it's Augsburg College. It's right off of 94. It's like smack dab in the cities. But they're this you can buy season tickets for $50. It's like nothing. And I absolutely love Minneapolis City. They the people who go to the city games are basically your old Nessie people. Um Trying to think of who they are off the top of my head. Like Teresa is there. Um I know Wes goes to most games too. I don't, it's like old school Dark Clouds are all there. And yeah, we always do a cookout beforehand. Got some grills in a park that's literally across the street from the stadium, and drink some beers. We bring beers into the stadium, even though we're not allowed to. Um, don't have to pay for beer, so that's very convenient. Oh yeah, it's like 200 seats. Yeah, yeah, it's beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful. And oh, we have all the chants too. I highly recommend it. And yeah, like I said, it's $50 for season tickets. So they've become my favorite things to go to. Or my favorite, like I like going to those than Nessie or Minnesota United games these days. Yeah, my guess is because they have such a low population, like or a low amount of people in their stadium that they'll be fully open and just be socially distanced for the games. Um, Once I get fully vaccinated, I'll probably just gonna go to them with mask and call it good. I don't know. I haven't decided what I'm gonna do post-vaccinated world, but I need some damn soccer in my life again. It's been too long. And that would be literally like the only social thing I'd do, so I think I'd feel safe with that. Oh, they would love city games then. Like, if you don't want to commit to season tickets, I think per game ticket is like, I don't know, $10, if that, $5. I don't know. Couldn't even tell you, because it's like $50 for the season ticket. Like, yeah, sure, why not? I think last year they canceled the whole season, and I still just told them keep my 50. Like, you guys put on a good show and a good product and keep it. It's fine. But it definitely, like, harkens back to those old Nessie days. Like, there's a lot of, like, screw around type attitude of Minneapolis City games. Like, I think the first game I ever went to for City, they, for whatever reason, every time they'd score, the announcer over the loudspeaker would recite a poem. It was the weirdest thing. I had no idea what the reason was for it. But it's like we'd score and then he would just go on and on, saying, like saying a poem. And it was the most random thing, but it was amazing. Yeah, it's the dumbest stuff, but I love it. I know there's other dumb things they've done. Honestly, I've usually been so drunk when I go to those games that I don't remember what's going on, but you know. Ah. 'Cause, naturally, when you have a tailgate before the game, and you know you get to the tailgate, you know, an hour ahead of time, maybe a little bit earlier than that, and you know, have a couple, one, two, three, I don't know, however many you can have, and then you get into the game, and it's like, well, we'll just continue this. So the only rule, Lunchbox, is you can't be drinking out of a can when you're in the stadium. But if you pour the can into a cup and then drink out of the cup, that's allowed. So everybody has their cups. Yeah, so it's pretty funny how that works out. Oh God. God, I miss those days so much. I was just thinking about all this today with the you know, with the schedule coming out and just making me all excited about soccer again, and now it's just like, oh God, that was it was so hard going a year without that. So hard. I didn't realize just how like absolutely vital to my like social life that was. There's two things that are super important to me from a social standpoint. It's well, probably now three things, honestly. Soccer games, drum and bass Twitch streams, and now probably my own stream. Those are like my three biggies these days. Obviously, talking to friends and stuff, I don't include on that. But if I'm talking like other stuff, it'd be those three things. And like going without soccer for an entire year, man, that sucked. I was actually planning. It was the Minneapolis City was gonna play in a U.S. Open Cup game in Chicago. This was last March, and literally I had like finalized figuring out my how I was gonna get there. We were about to uh we were about to rent the hotel, or we were getting a what do you call it, the bed and breakfast type thing. What is it, Airbnb? That's what it is. We were getting an Airbnb, and we were all ready for this game that we were going to travel to for a Minneapolis City game in Chicago. And then like everything hit the fan, and then everything went down. We canceled everything. But oh, I was so excited for that. It was going to be such a good time. And then just ripped away. We even had a tifo designed. We were going to bring a tifo there. It was going to be amazing. We were gonna show up in we were playing like Chicago United or some like fourth or fifth division team, and we were gonna show up there with like tons of City fans, and it was just gonna be an awesome time. We were gonna have a home game in Chicago essentially, and then just done. Everything just canceled. Actually, come to think of it, I think every away game I've gone to in Chicago has basically been a home game for whatever team I'm supporting. It's, every time I've gone there as a Minnesota United fan, we've always outnumbered the Chicago fans. So, what was it? 2 years ago? Yeah, it wasn't last year, obviously. 2 years ago, I went to Chicago for a game, and oh my god, I don't know how many people we sent down there. 300, 400? We had a lot of us there, and Chicago, I don't think had that many fans. It was like a cold, rainy day, and I would honestly be surprised if they had 500 people there. And we just drowned them out the entire game. Dude, do it, Lunchbox. That'd be awesome. Totally down for that. Just, yeah, hit me up on Twitter. That's the best way to get a hold of me. I'm usually on there every day, so I'll get your message. Yeah, city games might be end up being the main thing for me this year. Actually, now that I think about it, because United games are going to be a huge pain to get to, and even just signing up for them with the limited seating, and away games are going to be difficult because, well, COVID times. So yeah, city's probably going to be my main thing this year. Probably the safest thing too. Nothing. And we jump. And now I'm thinking about just all these like stories and all these times I've gone to these away trips and stuff, and all the things that have happened. Like the time that I had to leave. So I went to the Minnesota United first ever game in Portland in 2017. Sorry, first ever MLS game. Not first ever game. First ever MLS game in 2017. And I drank way too much. I drank way too fucking much. Um what happened was I met some people at the bar beforehand. They were some Portland fans, and we got to talking, and we were talking for a long time, and I had like a full drink in my hands, and we had like 5 minutes left to go at the bar, and they're like, "Oh, let me buy you a drink." I'm like, okay." So I have this full drink, and then this drink they bought for me, and I'm holding on to these two drinks, and I'm just like, well, might as well drink them. And this was with like 5 minutes ago before we had to leave the bar, so I just downed two drinks in like 2 minutes, no problem at all, right? And that fucked me up. that that got me good. And so we went to the game, and I made it through the first half of the game, and then at halftime I started falling asleep on the bench. So I ended up actually leaving the game at halftime, and yeah, and crashed. I struggled so hard to get back to my hotel. I remember like being on my phone watching a map, and like literally every like 5 feet I was checking to make sure I was going the right direction. I was so wasted. I should not have been walking back to my hotel on my own. But I did, and I made it, and I lived. But I missed half the reason why I went to Portland in the first place. What's up, Veiled? How you doing tonight? Yeah, I feel like I have a few stories like that. Well, maybe not missing half the game, but I definitely have a few stories like that. Mostly at Blackheart. That's the place that really does it to you. You go to Minnesota United games and afterwards you head to Blackheart. Say it's a Saturday night game and you head to Blackheart. They got a drag show going on or something, and you just end up hanging out there from game time all the way until 2 o'clock in the morning. And whew, those are some rough nights. Amazing fun times, but rough the next day. Let me tell you. Yeah, Lunchbox. Do you know about Blackheart, the soccer bar that Wes owns? The soccer slash gay bar. It's an amazing combination. I love it. Where am I flying to, you ask? Uh, I'm flying back to Earth right now. It's a really long trip. I've been on this trip for a very long time. What have I got left on my trip here? 12,277 light years. So I got a little ways to go still. But yeah, Lunchbox, if you're ever looking to just like, you know, maybe an away game for Minnesota United and, you know, things are safer out, hit up Blackheart. It's just north of the stadium off of University. Right there in Midway. But fantastic place. Fantastic place, good owner. Yeah, just a great combo of things. But yeah, Veiled, I am on a trip. So I started this trip like a year and a half ago, and I flew way out into the galaxy, and now I'm like, I want to get back. Problem is, getting back is not a short journey. I'm making good progress, though, honestly. It helps when I'm doing these as streams. Tends to make the time go by a little bit faster, honestly. It's like, I can't just play this game. I need to be doing something else while I play this game. Whether it's watching something, whether it's streaming, or what. Just something else besides just play. My attention span can't be held to this game, apparently. Alright, let's check out this system. We haven't checked out a system in a while. Kind of been flying on autopilot for a little bit. Well, that was worthless. Let's go to the next system. Also just been reliving soccer memories, Veiled, for the last little bit. They released the MLS schedule today, and that kind of got me in a soccer mood. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to do a work outing this year because there's like limited seating at the stadium, and it would be really hard to make sure everybody who wants to come to a game could get in, and also we couldn't even sit together or anything. We'd have to be socially distanced, so I'm not going to bother with a work outing this year. Sucks. We were going to do 2 work outings last year. We were going to do a City game and a United game. And then everything went to shit. That would have been a lot of fun. We'll take a year off from the soccer game. We'll do it again next year. I still think a City game is going to be way more fun for people than a United game. Like, we did the United game last, or what, 2 years ago now? It was fun, but, like, It's not the same as the old days. Dave, did you ever go to one of the games at Nessie? I can't remember if you were ever part of that. That was now many years ago. Okay. Yeah, I suppose that was like 5, 6 years ago now. Jesus Christ. Man, so Lunchbox, I always do a work outing every single year, to at Minnesota United games, and I started 7 years ago, I think, doing this, or maybe 8 years ago, honestly, because yeah, it was probably 8 years ago. But the Nessie ones, oh, the Nessie ones were fantastic. It was such a fun time. Uh, Honestly, some of the most fun games were those games. Um, and then we started going to Minnesota United games when they moved to MLS, and they just have never matched the Nessie games. They've been fun, but they've never quite lived up to the level of those original games. So I want to switch over to doing a workouting with Minneapolis City games, because those are more like Nessie and way cheaper. Because you can bring your own beer, and you don't have to eat the food at the stadium or anything like that, which is infinitely cheaper. The downside is though, it's just like, when I started hosting these soccer games 7, 8 years ago, you know, we were a lot younger then. I'm 31 now, so yeah, I think the first one was hosted when we were in our early to mid 20s, most of us. And so, going out and doing these get crazy soccer games was nothing out of the ordinary. Now everybody's like got families and kids and I know I'm not that old, but like things have changed in 7 years. Feels a lot different now. And yet here I am still playing video games all the freaking time. In Lunchbox, that's how I feel about some of these music streams that I head into sometimes. When it's like not drum and bass. Like, who was I listening to the other day? I was listening to Prodigy FPS. And like he played a song where the dude sang like, I was born in 99, and I'm like, fuck. This guy singing right now was born in 99. I remember 99. Oh my god, I feel old. And then Prodigy was like, yeah, I was born in 98. I'm like, oh god damn it. I didn't need to know this. Yeah, I'm old. Yeah, right, Veiled. I just like what did I think about? I was like, I have been on Twitch since the person who was singing that song was like 9 years old or something like that. Because I originally made this account for Justin TV, so like way back when, I don't know, 2011, 2000. I don't remember anymore. 2010. I was just like, God damn it, I hate this. Wait, wait, is Casper local? Did I make it to Earth? Oh no. You want to see how far I got to go? I got a ways to go. we we still got a way. We're not making it tonight. Yeah, we're not making it tonight. I've made quite a few jumps. Oh, see, I don't know the local scene, Lunchbox. I don't know it at all. I've wanted to. I just like I don't like the friends I have are just super into dubstep. And I've always wanted to get into more like local drum and bass, but I've just never had that in, so to speak. Like I went to the most generic drum and bass shows here in the cities. I saw Netsky, and I saw Pendulum DJ set here. But other than that, I haven't seen any local drum and bass. I really want to change that, especially after this pandemic is over. Is that what happened? Oh, you talked Branderson into Lost Lands. Did you guys already get your tickets for Lost Lands? It's funny, I was just thinking about this the other day. They went on sale last week. I'm assuming, are they like already sold out? Also, when is it? August or something? Yeah, sold out in like 1 hour. Figured as much. I think next year, assuming that we do a Lost Lands crew, next year, I'm in. Because, especially after, like, especially after, you know, this fucking pandemic, and, like, I've always put off going to a festival, like, going to a real festival. It's just like, oh, I'll do it eventually, but no, now's the time. I mean, I'd love to go to, like, Let It Roll, or, Rampage. That would be awesome, but I'm not going to Europe for a festival. Sounds way too complicated. Yeah, Lunchbox, are you following, what is it? Proper Chicago D&B channel here on Twitch? I've been following them for, I don't know, a couple months now, and I noticed a lot of people on that were from Minnesota. I don't know if that has any relation to what you're talking about. Yeah. There's just so much drum and bass on Twitch these days. Man, when I started it was like T-Mox and like 5 other people. And now it's like every night there's somebody streaming something. The pandemic just skyrocketed the amount of DJs that stream drum and bass on Twitch. It's just been great. I'm just afraid that it's all going to go away after the pandemic is over. I mean, I'm sure it's all going to go away once the pandemic's over, which is going to suck. Probably just going to go back to the way it was beforehand. Probably a little bit more people, but I don't know. Maybe people will stick around. I've been in the Twitch. I guess you could say I've been in the Twitch drum and bass sphere, so to speak, for about 3 years now. And yeah, I've seen it go up, and I've seen it go down, and then I've seen it go up again. So we'll see what happens. Luckily, we got some, like, good ones that I think will always be around. Like, Escape Velocity's gonna always be around. Uh, No Use for Anger, he'll always be around, I think. Yeah, we got a few that I'm not too worried about, but I don't know where T-Mox has been. I don't think I've seen him stream for a couple months now. Oh, who else did I see in a show one time? Uh, I can't remember who it was that I saw. It was a dubstep show. Um, it was at Skyway, and I didn't think anything of it. Going into it, I was just like, oh, there's a few opening acts, blah 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 blah, whatever. Turns out one of the opening acts was Dirty Phonics, and I didn't realize at the time how much drum and bass they had. And I had an app. Oh, they put on a great show. I don't know. They weren't like the opening act. They were like the second out of four, I think, or something like that. But man, they had good stuff. So what is the objective in Elite Dangerous? Well, right now my objective is just to get back to Earth. Um, which takes a really long time. Which is why we've been doing this for quite a while now. But once I get back to Earth, then I can do all sorts of things. I can customize my ship. Um, I can do some trading. I can do combat, um, engineering stuff, visit planets, land on planets, eventually be able to shoot things because of the new update that's coming out. I can do a ton. But when I'm out here in the middle of nowhere, I can't do shit. So that's why we're going back, because I want to be able to do more in this game, and as of right now, I cannot. So, but this is a part of the game too. It's called exploring. So like every single one of these star systems that I'm jumping to, I'm the first person who has ever been here. Like, this game has so many planets and so many star systems that like I'm discovering brand new stuff with each jump that I make. Which is pretty cool, I think. And I'll probably be the last person to ever come to these places. Like, I highly doubt anybody will ever jump here again. So it's like, I've discovered it. Now it exists, so to speak, and yeah, there we go. All right, Lunchbox. See you later, dude. Thanks for coming by. And yeah, shoot me a chat about Minneapolis City. It'll be a great time. We'll do a game, especially with some other former Nessie crew. That would be awesome. So yeah, have a good one. Man, I'm almost gonna hit 3 hours on an Elite Dangerous stream. That I've never done before. I don't think. That's all right though. Had a fun one tonight. Hell, still continuing to have a fun one. I don't really have a plan of quitting anytime soon. I might go grab a drink, actually. Did I just go through a star? Did I just go through a star? What's my heat level? We might be in... Okay, I think we're fine. I don't know why I thought we just might have had a small emergency take place, but we're good. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go grab a drink real quick, so I'll be right back. All right. A nice drink. All right. Let's boop this system. Nope, nothing. On to the next one. It's amazing how autopilot you can get with this game. Like, I gotta say, like, over the last hour of just chatting and playing, I barely remember anything of what I did, because I was just playing purely on autopilot. Dude, you got a memory leak? Shit. Any idea what's causing it? Well, obviously, probably not, because if you did know what was causing it, you'd probably have fixed it. It sucks, though. Well, you know how to solve that problem, right? Buy more memory. I'm just kidding. I cannot believe I put 64 gigs in this computer. I have more RAM. I have more RAM in this computer than I had memory on my first ever computer. Or that I had, like, hard disk space on my first ever computer. Like, my first ever computer that I remember using had 20 gigs of memory, or RAM, or hard disk space. And then my computer has 64 gigabytes of RAM. Yeah, my monitors at work got sorted out, failed. All I had to do was restart the computer, and it fixed it. I don't know what was up. Well, a memory leak isn't usually indicative of a memory problem, is it? Usually, isn't that a program that usually causes that problem? Yeah, I was definitely gonna go through the basic IT steps, Dave. I just wanted to know if somebody had picked up and moved my PC, because that's what I'm afraid is gonna happen. Is people are gonna pick it up and move it, and then they're not gonna hook up the other monitors to it, and then I can't do my triple monitor setup anymore. Which is understandable if they have to do that. I'm afraid somebody will do it without telling me. I mean, it's a little ridiculous that my computer has 3 monitors set up to it at work, and I haven't been at work in over a year. I'm not looking forward to the thick layer of dust I'm gonna have to clean up off my desk when I finally do come back. But goddamn, am I looking forward to coming back someday. I hate working from home. I hate it. 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 I liked it at first, but goddamn, do I hate it now. It's just so hard to find that motivation to work when you're just alone at home. I don't know what it is. I never realized how much my work ethic, so to speak, was based on being around other people. Like, that just being around other people helps me work better. But damn, is that the case? Because when I'm just left to being myself and working on my own, my productivity is like a third of what it is when I'm at the office. And I just cannot do better. So yeah, I want to go back to work. Athril, it'll say it has more stuff. It depends on the add-ons that you have. Like, the add-ons will count as, I guess, other tabs or something. According to the activity manager. Because, yeah, the add-ons will end up taking up a lot of the memory, depending on what you're running. Why is Chrome so heavy? I don't know. 64 gigabyte master race over here, so I don't give a shit. What am I even using right now? I'm curious. I think I normally hit like... half of this used. I'm at 30% of my memory used right now. I'm at 20 gigs. You know, I'm normally at about 32. When I'm just doing regular stuff. So I actually don't regret getting 64 at all, because it's actually come in handy. It's because I have virtual machines running that take up like 8 gigs of RAM each. Have I played BL3 lately? I turned it on and lost interest like right away. I have been playing Destiny though. Oh man, we got 1 billion. Oh, Athril, it's not just 64 gigabytes, it's 64 RGB gigabytes. Gotta get all that color. Honestly, that was kind of part of the reason I went with 64 gigs, was because I just didn't want to have to worry about maxing out my RAM. I'd prefer to just never have to think about it. It's like, it's RAM, you know. It's important. Like, it's better to not have to deal with that. I mean, I thought, at first I was like, yeah, I'll just do 32. That's fine. That's fine. Let's just make that an order of 2 instead of an order of 1. But I'm bad with my money, so. I've been enjoying playing some Destiny 2 lately, but I'm not like going super hard into it ever again, I don't think. I mean, I never really went that hard in the first place, but I'm really not going that hard into it. But, you know, it's a fun casual, pick it up every once in a while, shoot some things. I got this gun the other day. It's a hand cannon with Substance and Dragonfly on it. And so basically what happens is every time you get a kill with it, it reloads, it basically gains the ammo back because of Substance. It's amazing. And Dragonfly is like, okay, it's not as good as it was in D1, but, you know, it's still cool to have it. Yeah. Yeah, after all, my computer, before I did this upgrade here, I don't know, 2 months ago or so now, was 7 years old. So, that's, yeah, that was a little rough. Computer was getting to be a little slow. And so I'm like, well, maybe if it takes me another 7 years, I better make sure that I put enough into it so that it can last another 7 years. Also, I mean, like, I'm glad I bought a graphics card last year. Let me just put it that way. Because holy shit, if you build a system right now, good luck. Are we running into issues? Are we running into issues, Vale, when it comes to work and getting new computers? Because of the stock? I mean, what do we use Quadros in our machines, right? I mean, I don't know if we're buying... Or Quadro's not a problem? Okay. Oh, okay. God damn. What a world we're living in right now. Like, yeah, I know the 20 line, so to speak, the 2080, 2070, 2060. I know they weren't like the greatest of improvements over the 10 series, especially compared to the 30, but like I'm really happy I bought one last year because I spent like a quarter of what you're gonna spend on the same card now. Jesus. It's insane. A 3060. 3060. It's not even a 3070 or 3080. It's crazy. Like, I can't remember what I spent for my... I got a 2080 Super. I think I spent 600 or 700 on it. And I am very happy that I did. Because, or else I would still be rocking my 1080. And there's no way I could run... Well, for starters, I just straight up couldn't run 6 monitors on a 1080. Motherboards are now compatible with both AMD and Intel? They are? Huh? I mean, if you buy different SKUs, you can't use the same... You can't... There's no way. If it is true, I have never heard of that. I finally went AMD with my build. This is my first AMD build that I've ever done. Oh, interesting. They're working on it. Interesting. Yeah, but as soon as one of the, you know, if Intel or AMD changes their socket, then instantly they're gonna have to like re-figure out how to have a dual. It sounds like it's more complication than it's worth. Like, what's the end user's gain on that? That they could swap out for a different version, but it's like normally you wait so long before you upgrade your motherboard anyway that there's a new socket out anyway. So like feels like a very niche group that would apply to. Maybe I'm wrong. Is that an Earth-like? Nope. Oh, just having a universal that works for both. Yeah, I mean, if both companies can agree to it, that would be awesome. I was watching a video yesterday that I was actually talking about the history of Intel and AMD. And apparently, they both started from the same company, and I didn't know that. The people that started both of the companies worked for the same company and like split and became Intel and AMD. I always thought AMD was like newer than Intel for some reason, but nope. I've been watching a lot of like technology history stuff lately. For whatever reason. That pandemic life. But so far, I'd say, I mean, since I was using a 7-year-old processor, yeah, feel free to link an article. I don't think it'll block it, but actually, it might block it. Let's see here. Ah, it didn't. Perfect. Let's see here. How do you do this? Is there a command for? H. Hey, that is that easy. Awesome. There we go. Okay, now both of you can post links if you want to, for sure, no matter what. So. A modular motherboard. Interesting. I mean, isn't a computer in and of itself modular already? What could you make that? What could you do modular of a motherboard? Like, what else would you split out? I guess I could just look at the article you posted instead of, just talking out loud and ignoring it. Interesting. Interesting. I'll read it later. But that sounds very interesting. Modular motherboard. Oh, that just sounds expensive, just thinking about it. I mean, what? We spend like, if you're buying a expensive motherboard, it's like $200, right? But can you imagine if they price out each individual piece of a motherboard? I mean, they're obviously doing it for a reason. And I think that reason is because they could make a motherboard much more expensive. Like, oh, you want that socket? Well, that's gonna cost you 40. Oh, you want this amount of PCIe slots? Well, that's gonna cost you 100. But in a way, I mean, it's kind of nice because, say you only need two DIMM sockets. Most people only need two. So all you got to do is buy the 2 DIMM socket thing instead of the 4 that's standard, and yeah, save a few bucks there. I can see the appeal in some ways, but it's definitely going to cost more money overall. Have you seen the new power systems that are coming out? Where it's like, I'm trying to remember how this works. It's like, no longer needing the, like, how does it work again? I think it only delivers a 12 volt or something like that. Like, it simplifies the whole process. Instead of sending a 12 volt, a 5 volt, a 3.3 volt, and all those different levels, pluses, minus, whatever, literally all it sends to the board is a 12 volts, and then the board takes care of everything else. It's just simplifying the entire, like, power distribution setup system. I can't remember what it's called or anything, but I saw it on Linus Tech Tips. They were talking about it, how it's like a new standard that they're thinking about bringing in. Yeah, exactly, Athril. I think one of the reasons why it hasn't been done is, I guess, just taking less stuff off of the motherboard, or taking stuff off of the motherboard and putting it more on other components so that it can be swapped out. But I mean, you think about a power supply. And power supply lasts like a decade. Like, honestly. So I think we can get away with adding those components to the motherboard and be fine. You're not gonna have to worry about it failing and having to replace the motherboard because of power supply related stuff failing. I mean, it'll happen, of course, but I don't think it's a huge concern. It'd be nice too if we could deliver enough power through PCIe slots, so we didn't have to add those extra power cables. That's gotta be something that they can figure out, right? Like, I can't, I can't imagine they can't get that one figured out. Because you like make this super clean build, and then you gotta like attach to the front of these graphics cards a couple power lines, and it's just where the hell is this planet? Fuck it. We're just going to the next system. I don't feel like wasting my time trying to find it. Oh! 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 How the fuck did he put 400 volts? How the hell does the European power system work? I think the most you could ever put here is 230 through something, and even that is not... That doesn't really happen. It's only for, like... I don't know. Like a washing machine or something. Something that requires a 230 hookup. Other than that, in America, it's all 110. 400 volts. Jesus Christ. Really? They require 400 volts. I wonder if it's the same case here in the States? Honestly, I don't know. I don't really know shit about this stuff. I've never owned a home. I've never had a reason to know about it. All I know is that my apartment has 2 fuses for the entire place. Each one is 12 amps. And that if I run my computer and my TV at the same time, I break the circuit. I pop the breaker. Because my computer requires over 12 amps, or, well, plus TV requires over 12 amps. Because of all the damn monitors I have. I actually put an amp gauge on my computer. I bought a power supply that specifically has an amp gauge on it. And as of right now, I'm pulling 6. So that's with my computer with 2 graphics card, a computer with a 1,000-watt power supply, 2 graphics cards, and the 6 monitors. Pulls 6 amps. But this is a pretty lackluster game for intensity, and I'm running at 60 frames, so I popped that thing. I used to pop it all the time. I don't know what changed. Hopefully nothing bad. Because it used to break all the time and it doesn't anymore, and I've kind of just counted it as good luck, but maybe that's actually a bad thing. I don't know. I'm gonna have an electrician come and take a look at that, or have my maintenance guy take a look at that soon. It's on my list of things for the maintenance guy to look at. I'm laughing as my place burns to the ground. I don't know. I try to be pretty safe though, despite how much power I pull. I buy very high quality um, power supply. I'm using server grade quality, um, like power splitters, whatever you call them. I don't know why I can't remember what the name of them are called. But I use like server quality shit that's rated for up to like 20 amps, and like it's thick, it's good stuff, and then I plug everything in through that. And I don't like split out the connections using like more splitters. I connect it directly to that, so it's as safe as you can get when I'm pulling as much power as I am for this computer setup. I think, at least. Yeah, I've got a little mini server rack that I have set up. I got I got my server on it. And then I've got a 24 port switch that I got from work, an old one that we were throwing away, and then a couple power hookup things on it. It's really nice. I love having it. I did get a battery backup for it too for my work, but it didn't work properly out of the box, and that kind of scared me off from it, because like, oh, we got a binary that could have killed me. That's great. Because it didn't work when I got it, it kind of scared me. Because, I mean, it's this giant lead battery that... It's a little terrifying, honestly. So it's just sitting here and I'm not using it. So I don't have any battery backup for this whole system. Maybe someday. I want to upgrade my server rack stuff, but... I want to upgrade to, like, a proper rack that has, like, a back rack, or whatever it is, like, a full... The thing I've got has only got a front connector, and I want one that has, like, the back frame also, so that I can put, like, shelving into it. But I don't really have the space for it in my current place, so I'm gonna wait until I move and then upgrade to a proper server. I'm already pushing it with how much shit I've got in this place already to begin with. I mean, like, I couldn't afford... Like, I want to do a server rack with, like, actual server computers inside of it, but I don't have the power to support that right now. So, one day. One day, once I move out of this place. The thing is, it's so hard for me to move out of this place just because of how good my internet is. Like, I'm running 2 simultaneous streams right now. And this run, I'm running at 1080p 60-bit or 60k bit rate. So I'm running this stream at very high data. So I'm running at about, let's see here, what does it say of outrate or output? Since I started the stream, I've output almost 9 gigabytes of data. So, like, it's pretty extreme. And then I'm also running the Pristintel PTU Boss Timer stream off of the same network. So, like, I have a really good network connection, and I don't want to lose that. And then when I leave this place, I'm gonna lose that. This is the thing, Athril. I love the noise of fans. I actually have 2 of them running in the background right now. And I actually have to tweak my microphone very specifically so it doesn't pick up the fan noises that you can hear in the background right now. So if I had a server like that with loud fan noises, I would love it. Like, I hate silence. I hate it. 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 So I have, like, multiple fans running in my living room at all times. I've got multiple fans running in my bedroom at all times. Just anything that can generate white noise. Alright, I'm gonna go grab one more drink. Be right back. Alright, I'm back. Oh, but yeah. I want to run, I don't know what my end goal is with my server machines. I have my old hardware from before I swapped out my old, or my new system. And I want to use that as a server machine. Because it's a 7-year-old i7, but it's still an i7. So I think it'll function good enough for what I need it to do. Basically, I run a Plex server. I poorly run a Plex server for media. And the reason why I say poorly is because I get nothing but issues with my current server machine. And so I want to upgrade that to something a little bit more powerful. And I think if I run it on my old i7, it would get the job done. I basically need something that I can encode properly. And as of right now, what I currently run it on is an Intel Nuke, a NUC, I think is actually what it's called. It is this tiny. Is this thing? It's just this tiny little thing. It basically runs mobile components, so it's like a laptop, but not. And I run this specifically because it has such a low power draw, since it's all mobile components. So I think I run the whole server on like 30 watts or something ridiculous like that. Maybe it's 60 watts. I don't remember. It's not over 100, I know that. Alright, how much further we got, huh? Man, we made some damn good progress tonight. I'm in the 10Ks? I am in the 10Ks. For reference, when I started the stream yesterday, I was at 17K light years left to go, and I'm now in the 10s. Hell yeah. We're gonna make it, everybody. The problem is I don't think I've ever streamed this game when I haven't been exploring. So when I get to the bubble, it'll be some interesting streams. I'm gonna be so damn nervous that I'm gonna like screw up like landing. But hey, it'll be fun. The other problem with my computer setup is just how much goddamn heat it generates. It's so bad. It like it is currently, what is it outside? It's 4 degrees outside right now. And I have my window open. And I'm sweating sitting at my computer right now because of how much heat is generated by this computer. Like, I need to actually open up the window and put a fan in the window if I want to, like, not be super hot. Because it's just so much damn heat. It's mostly the screens. Like, I underestimated how much heat screens give off. And, when you run this 6-screen setup, like, you can actually feel the heat on your face. I was not expecting that when I did this setup. So I'm not looking forward to the summer because I don't have air conditioning in this place that I live. I have air conditioning for my bedroom, but I don't have air conditioning for my living room. So it's gonna get goddamn hot. which usually isn't the worst thing in the world because I can get a fan and point it at me and stay cool that way, but um, can't do that when I'm streaming. That was the problem I ran into last year when I was streaming Prison Tale a lot during the summer. Was it just got really hot during streams, and I just had to deal with it. All right, what do we got? 16 bodies. Got anything good? Man, we haven't gone to a planet in like 2 hours. We should go to a planet at some point. I just haven't found anything good. Or maybe I have found something good. I've just been ignoring it because, well, too much of a pain to explore it. Or to find it to explore it. Well, haven't had a single phantom input happen all night, so I 100% fixed it. No question about it. Good. God, that was scary yesterday when that happened. I was afraid I was gonna do something really bad, I'm sure. I mean, I already used a heatsink, which is not great at all. You know what I should make, actually? So, my heatsink switch is... Hmm. My heatsink switch... I should put, like, a cap on it. Like a protector thing. Like, you know what I'm talking about. So, it's like one of those... It's one of those, like, I don't know, metal rod switches, so to speak, right? And there's sometimes you can buy those, like, caps that go over those. So you have to, like, flick up the cap before you can hit the switch. And I feel like I should do that so I don't accidentally hit the heatsink button. Because, yeah, it's really important and you need to hit it quick, but at the same time, I only have very few of them, like 4 of them, and they're so vital in case something bad happens that maybe having a protector on the Switch, I could 3D print something for it. In fact, somebody might have made something specifically for my stick. I bet somebody has. If not, I'll just 3D model it. Not the hardest thing in the world. I had to 3D model a... This is fucking embarrassing is what it is, but my toilet broke. Like, I can still flush it. Don't get me wrong. It was still flushable. But, like, it was a pain in the ass to flush it. No pun intended. And so what I had to do was I had 2 options. I could call maintenance, get them into my place, which is incredibly messy, and I would be ashamed to call maintenance in on this place. Or I could fix it myself and 3D print something. I chose the latter. So I 3D printed a fix for my toilet. And you know what? It totally worked. I love 3D printers. Heatsink to... Oh, okay. I just freaked myself out for a moment there. I was like, speaking of heatsink deploying, did it just say heatsink deploying? Oh, fuck. I'm never gonna have any heatsinks anymore. Oh, nothing of interest. And we continue. Can't believe how few planets there have been to explore. I'd say we should land on a planet, but I would just kill myself if I did that. You know, it's funny. I've gotten myself into a peculiar situation with my Twitch following. Is that my Twitch following is mostly Europeans, um, and mostly fans of really old MMOs. So whenever I play something that's not that, that's fine though. When I started this whole streaming process in the first place, it was never meant to be, you know, all the viewers in the world. It's just meant to be a chill thing to do while playing a game. I've been very fortunate with Priston Tale and getting a lot of viewers, but I mean, relatively for Priston Tale, a lot of viewers, but oh shit, we got a close by binary, I think. Yeah, pretty close. What's my heat's at 54? All right, we're still good. And just like that, shit becomes serious. I feel like when you're doing this part of the game, this game is basically just like, it's kind of like Euro Truck Simulator, where it's very, very repetitive gameplay of just like, I don't know. I guess more trading is more like Euro Truck Simulator, because then you're like actually like moving things. But you know, it's one of those games where for whatever reason it's very relaxing to just do the same thing over and over again. Uh, Assidious, thank you for the follow. think you're actually the first person who has ever used one of those commands. Made those commands long ago. But most of the time, the people that watch my stream don't know much about Elite, so they don't use them. Let's see. Alright, nothing here again. We continue. Which is sad to me that those don't get used that often, because I actually spent... Well, I mean, it wasn't that hard to code it, but... It took some time. I'm actually really happy with the code that I wrote to engage with the stream and with the game. I think it works really well. It's just a matter of it being used. Alright, we got anything in this system? Some boring ass systems for the last few hours. We got nothing. Gasp. Who would have thought? So I think at my current rate, let's see, if I play tomorrow as much as I play today, I might be able to be back to the bubble by tomorrow. Maybe. I'll probably take like 5 or 6 more hours of playing, I think, to get back. Seems to be about that. Really depends on how often I stop to scan the system, check for stuff. I mean, if I just went straight highway style, I mean, if I went highway style, I'd take the neutron highway or something, but I don't really like taking neutron stars, so I prefer the more laid-back approach like this. Neutron highway just makes me nervous. But again, I'm quite a ways away from it, so it wouldn't matter anyway. Kind of like that I'm running through like a area of space that doesn't typically get traveled all that much. Alright, what do we got here? We got absolutely nothing. Whew. Good. Let us continue. I'm feeling good about the next system. I am. I'm feeling good. Get a yellow Orge, Class K star that we're jumping to. I think we're gonna get an Earth-like in this next one. This is gonna be the one. I'm feeling lucky. It's gonna end up being a binary that kills me. That's what it's gonna end up being. Nope, not a binary that kills me. Alright. So, it's a good start. 13 bodies. Okay. Okay. Looking more promising by the moment. And one last thing to check. All right, everybody. We have an ammonia water world. Potentially an ammonia world, but definitely a water world. But it does not look like we got ELW. But we did get some interesting ones. Assuming I can find them. There's a water world. We're gonna fly up to that. Because I haven't flown up to a world in a while now. If we get an ammonia world, I'll fly up to that instead. Oh, it's just another water. Just an ammonia rich. It's ugly. We'll fly up to the water world. Oh, it's so close too. 300 light seconds? Easy. Look at that little jewel. A long time since I've approached a planet. Slow it down. And let's give it a scan, shall we? 6 probe efficiency. We will do the standard cube approach. I just did a double probe launch. Whoops. I'm gonna miss the efficiency target on this. Actually, I think I can get efficiency with skipping the back one. Let's see what happens. I might be able to get it still. Come on, 90%. Come on, 90%. Yeah, there we go. Cool. Well, now we get all the information on stream about this planet. Let's see here. How do I exit out of this again? Oh, I launched another probe. Whoops. I can't remember what my exit button is. There we go. Let's go. Next system. Yeah, my atmospheres formula is definitely broken. I need to fix that. I highly doubt that this planet is 25,000 atmospheres. I don't know if water can exist on something with 25,000 atmospheres. I'm pretty sure it can't. Not that Elite always follows the laws of physics. Sometimes you get some planets that make absolutely no sense, but the frequency of planets that I've gotten that make no sense kind of telling me that my formula is broken. Yes. Oh, we got a water world again. Let's see if it's a good looking water world, huh? Well, we're gonna check that. How would you rate this on the good looking water world? I mean, that's a pretty decent ice cap that it's got going on there. What do we got? 0.85 atmospheres, nitrogen, oxygen, ammonia. 2.35 AU. It's out there. Very small mass. I don't know, not interesting enough for me to go to it. And we push forward. Well, the bodies. I was getting nervous when it loves to just say slow down. I don't know if anybody who plays this game has noticed that, but like, why does it do that? What is it about the game that like breaks or what? Or am I really approaching something? But it loves to say that slow down message all the time, just randomly. And I don't get why it does that. I don't think I'm approaching any planet or anything. It's not on my radar. Freaks me out every time. Slow down. God, why am I slowing down? And we got nothing. Alright, let's go. I like how I always go to the right. Like, I don't know why. I'm a creature of habit. I always follow the same pattern. Every time. Always go to the right. Just, I don't know why. I've gotten used to it. Like, the hand motion on the joystick, I'm just so used to that. And I just do it every single time. Like, if I go to the left of the star, it just literally feels wrong. It just feels awkward. Man, what's the first thing I'm gonna do when I get back to the bubble? No, the first thing I'm gonna do when I get back to the bubble is I'm gonna change ships. That's what I'm gonna do. What am I gonna get though? I'm gonna do something. You know what? I'm gonna do something I've never done before. I'm gonna get something crazy. That's what I'm gonna do. What's my reputation with the Federation? Where do I see rep these days? Galactic Powers? Is that it? No, that's not it. Um, God, I don't know anymore. Everything's so different. I don't know. I'll figure it out later. I don't think I have the rep to get a, I kind of want to get one of those Federation ships. I have the rep with the Imperials. I don't have the rep with the other factions. So maybe I'll do some rep grinding and get myself a, what do you call that thing? I don't know, there's some cool ones. It's been so long since I've, like, hardcore played this game that I'm, like, super struggling to remember the name of so many ships. It's just a year and a half of being out here with my crate. And then playing a lot of other games, too. That's kind of, like, made me lose a lot of knowledge of this game. Need to get back to that damn bubble. See, there it is again. Slow down. Why am I slowing down? There's nothing in front of me. I like how it'll let you surface scan a sun. Can you surface scan a star? Does that actually work? I don't know if I've ever tried before, but I just saw that it was capable of doing that when I came out of the system, or when I came out of FSD. What happens? Your probe has been destroyed. Oh, shocking. Then again, I suppose the probes always get destroyed when you launch them into a planet. Hmm. So what's the difference if you launch it into a star? Maybe it does work. I don't want to know how many probes I'd have to launch into an average star in order to map the whole thing. It's probably like 100. So it's not happening. Also, what would I be mapping? This contains hydrogen. Cool. Alright, let's go. Alright, I'm gonna pull away from this system. I just want to see if it's possible. I'm gonna get a little ways away. Alright, it says I'm still too fast. Heat's going down. Alright, we'll flip it now. Be prepared to put on your sunglasses. Jesus. I mean, I know it's still not even as bright as it actually would be. Efficiency target, none. Okay. Like, what happens if I hit it with one of these? Alright, we'll just spam a couple of them. There you go. I mean, I'm so far away, it's probably gonna take forever for them to hit anyway. Jesus. Alright, I'm sorry for blinding you. Like, this can't work. There's no way. Yeah. It's not gonna work. There's no point in trying this. Right, let's go. I think the probes might have... Did they come out while I've been on this trip? No, I think they existed before I started this trip. When was that update? That's probably like 2 years ago now, wasn't it? When they switched over the exploration system? Yeah, it was definitely before I started this trip. I still like the old exploration system better, though. Way more time consuming, but it really felt like I was actually exploring. Unlike now, where it's just kind of... I don't know. I feel like I'm playing a Find the Planet minigame. Whereas at least before I actually had to, like, fly to the planets to explore them. That really felt like exploration to me. But, oh well. I understand why the change was made. It makes it more, more appealing, I guess, to do exploration. It was definitely a grind before. But the problem with exploration is there's not much to it. So, taking away the little bit that it had, not great. At least flying to planets was like a fun thing to do. I mean, you still get to fly to planets, don't get me wrong. Like, I could go into this whole system and I could be like, I'm gonna fly to every single one of the planets in this system. That is totally something I could do. And the game is not stopping me from doing that. But why anymore? Why when you can tell what these planets are from a distance? There's no reason to go everywhere. There used to be a reason because you couldn't tell what things were. So you'd fly up to that high metal content world because for all you knew, it could have been an Earth-like. I miss that. I do miss that. I think Frontier has done a good job developing this game in many ways, but I have questions with some of the later it seems like they've gone very much with the increased approachability aspect of the game. And obviously probably to grow the player base, and especially when they switched, I think, yeah, actually now that I think about it, is when they moved to consoles. That's when they started adding a lot of the simpler mechanics, and I mean like automatic docking and Super Cruise Assist. Like, they really started to simplify some aspects of it. And I don't want to be all elitist and be like, oh, well, blah, blah, blah. Harder is better, blah, 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 blah. But I don't know. There was something to it in those days. It seems to have gone away. I'm curious to see what Odyssey does for the game. Very curious. I would love it to do well. I don't have high expectations, so I will be I will happily be surprised. I just feel like a shooter and shooter mechanics is not something you can just throw into a game. I think shooters require a finesse. They require a level of detail. And Frontier might be able to do that. They might. But I know it's not their main focus. And because it's not their main focus, I feel like the odds of them accomplishing a true, like, good shooter feel is low. So we'll see. I mean, what are the other games Frontier has developed? Do they have a shooter under their development umbrella? I don't actually know. I know they've developed other stuff, I just can't think of what it is. Like, for me personally, in order for a shooter to feel good, it has to be, like, very well made. And I think an example of that would be, like, Destiny 2. That is just, like, such a perfectly made shooter from a way, how it feels. How the combat feels. It's just perfect. And anything that's not up to that level, which is it's an insane level to match. But anything that's not up to that level, I'm just gonna judge instantly. We'll see. All I gotta say is it better have really good controller support. I don't actually know if it has controller support. The first-person mode in Odyssey. It better. I assume it does because it's also made for consoles. But I want to be playing this game with joystick and or like I want to be playing with my HOTAS when I'm flying, and I want to be playing with my Xbox controller when I'm shooting things. That is what I want. I don't want to have to switch to mouse keyboard for any reason. I'd love it if you could play the first-person shooter aspects with the HOTAS, but that is not humanly possible. I don't know if anybody else has tried that before. I've tried it before. Whew. You're about as accurate as, I don't even know the analogy, but you're about as accurate as something with no accuracy. We have officially dropped below 10,000 light years to go. Hell yeah. And I need to find a new mix to throw on. I'll go with the one I played yesterday. This is a good mix. Alright, I'll be right back real quick. Alright, all back. Let us continue our journey into the unknown. Excuse me. What do we got in this system? Anything of interest? Absolutely nothing. We continue. But yeah, it's like I kind of miss like journeying up to or flying journeying up to. Don't ask. I kind of miss flying up to like high middle content worlds from time to time, and you know, random gas giant. I don't know. I miss those days. I think you can still do the old method too, can't you? Like if you really don't want to use the what is it, FSS, DSS? You can not use it, but it's just so worth it to use it. And nothing of interest yet again. We continue. Man, I just realized how late it is and how I still need dinner. Whoops. Normally when I do an Elite stream, it's like an hour long max. Like, I usually don't commit too much time to it. We just hit 4 hours. Which is good, don't get me wrong. I'd love to do longer streams. I just usually get like burned out on Elite after like an hour, but tonight I kind of got into that mode where I'm just kind of like in like super chill, just grindy mode on Elite. And I kind of want to just like take advantage of that as much as possible, to be honest. But I do need to get myself some dinner. And if I want to order something, well, it is 8:40 at night for me, so I don't have too much longer before everything closes. Probably shouldn't order anything, though. Order too much damn food. Like, honestly, I order way too much food. That's been, like, my pandemic thing. Is, like, food ordering. And I do it way too often. It's just, like, I'm stuck inside all the time, alone. And it's just... It just gets so draining. It's like, I can at least have a little bit of joy in my life and have some good food. That's kind of what it feels like. And it's been a crutch for me, and I've just ordered so much food. And honestly, I've spent way too much money on it. So it's like, I shouldn't. But at the same time, it just brings you that little bit of joy, the little bit of joy that you need to get through this time, I feel. So we'll see what I end up doing. I don't know yet. I still got a little while before every place is going to close down. Wait, whoops, I didn't check. Okay, yeah, we're good. Excuse me, I'm sorry. Oh yeah, that's right. I deleted all the food ordering apps off of my phone. I purposely did that so that I am not tempted to keep ordering food. I did that yesterday. Um, man, I drank some wine the other night for the first time in God knows how long. And oh my god, I woke up the next day with the worst headache I've ever had. I didn't even have that much. Man, apparently I hadn't had wine in so long that my body was just like not ready for it. And man, I had just an ear-splitting headache. Well, the only reason I bring it up is because I poured myself a small glass of wine. And now every time I take a sip, I'm just remembering that headache. I'm like, why am I doing this to myself? Let's see, where are we at on this trip? We have under 9,000? Over 9,000? Oh, still over 9,000. 9,751. That's good though. That's really good. We're gonna get there. Slowly but surely, we're gonna make it. We're gonna make it back to the bubble. Excuse me. Alright, let's see what we got. We have absolutely nothing of importance ever again in the history of forever. Alright, let's go. $37. Holy shit. We got ourselves a system here. Now, do we have anything good in this system? From my experience, usually systems that have a lot of things usually don't have much or interesting planets, but we'll find out. And just like I guessed, we got nothing. Completely unshocking. Sorry about that. Oh wait, never mind. I thought I was... Never mind. Anyway, I won't even explain. Let us see here. I am gonna call this stream tonight. But I'm gonna send you to a streamer listening to similar music, not similar game, unfortunately. So if you like drum and bass music, then I would go and listen to this DJ after this. But if you're looking for Elite Dangerous gameplay, you're gonna have to find somebody else to watch. So we're gonna start this one up. Thank you for the follow. Micro Furball. But yeah, thank you everybody for coming by tonight. I'm gonna call it for now, and I will see you later. Bye, everybody.